やりますか。また樹脂がちょっと溜まってる。一回だけ樹脂使いたいな。武器的にはどっちが進んでない？まあどちらってそんな変わんねえか。まあいいや、樹脂は後で多分ある程度経ったら樹脂溜まると、また多分だいぶ溜まってると思うから、その時になんか進める感じでいくか。とりあえずね、キャラバン宿駅に行くそうなんで向かいますかね。はい。よいしょ。実際魔人任務やる前に大体のワープポイント開ける戦法でやってるから、ブラブラした勢いでキャラバン普通に来てそうなんだよな。まあ北斗神拳あるとこ難ありってどっかのじいさんも言ってたし。まあどっかのベネットよりは可愛い方なんだし。
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
ああ、この人伝説任務でちょいちょい事故って発動してお世話になる人だ。ディア。
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
ドニー・アザードも終わったっぽがいたしな。
Huh? You serious?
別にいいじゃないか。
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
人活簿っていう一緒には落ち着いてるよ一応。
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
まあディシはまだ伝説任務クリアしてないからまだ会うよ。
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
まだ食べたいものリストが全部終わってない。
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
まあなんか、あれが、その辺なんか、スメールの大変なこと落ち着いたね会みたいなのやってたと思うから、あれでいいんじゃないですか。
Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
英雄ってのは誰かにね、そう認められたもしか言うようになれねえんだよ。
By the way, should we go say bye to
名
Nahida?
乗るもんじゃねえよ。
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
じゃあな。またデスティニームで会おうで。
Bye bye, Sumeru.
伝説任務で会おうぜ。スメールでの用事を済ませたあなたたちはフォンテーヌの国境に近いところに到着した。大丈夫だよね。洗礼飛んでたりしてなかったような宿域の方。これはこうやって飛べばいいんかね。これ先にスタミナ終わりそうじゃね。あ、まあでもフォンテーヌって確か水専用のスタミナっつうのが確かあるんですよね。まあ、だから仮に着水しスタミナ切れた状態で着水しても水用のスタミナっつうのが別に設けられてるから、多分それのおかげで多分大丈夫だとは思うんすよね。はい。あ、でも意外といけそうじゃね。あ、でもギリ間に合わないかな。まあでも着水したらね、あとはその続きやればいいから。え草。
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's
水
fort.
と水がすごかった。
Wow.
今でも灰の中に小石が詰まってる。
Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do.
例えばまずは生物回ろ
Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Alpha 7 is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means. To learn
う。お
about
い、推理パートやめろよ。
start with
あ、
the
びっくりした。
nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Join the party は草。
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
それはかわいそうだな。
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
なんか後ろにリネの
Well,
手
good
品
tales
みたい
are
な
often
広告
based
があ
on
る
true
ね。
stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that?
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
まあ確かになんだろう、裁判に対してそういう風に捉えるのはいい感じにその場にいる全員にこうなんか軽蔑とは違う、なんか一人の存在としてのある程度の敬意は全員に対して公平に持てそうだから悪くはなさそうだな。
Pure trees? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
まあなんかあれかな。
Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
まあなんかんこそばで言うなんか嘘発見器みたいなやつかね。
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
オペラハウスなんだね、歌劇場は。
In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
まあ風神と眼神はひっそりとした感じだったし、雷神はどっちかっていうと恐れられてたし、蒼神は蒼神で元よりはぶられてたしな。
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I I
なん
guess I
か
should
あ
at
れだ
least
ね。
try to be a little more respectful in
バ
front
ル
of
リア・ミラー
visitors.
ジュのマスコットみたいな
Otherwise,
方
I
だ
might
な。
get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
警察
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
不敬罪とかないの？
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime.
まずどうやって予約取
What
れ
are
ばい
you
いのか
looking
な？
over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the
突き
matter.
落とすか？
She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
パイも後ろからドンって押すよ、一緒に。
Maybe we better go check on her.
後ろからドンって押して一緒に突き落とすよ、パイも。そーっと行こう。そーっと行けば分かれないか。
Hey, how about we get some tickets to the next trial?
I think we'd better wait and see what kind of case it is.
まあ傍聴とかだったら今でもあるからね。ちなみに日本語だとどういう感じで喋るんだろう。
次の審判のチケット予約しようかな。
どんなタイプの事件か見てからでも遅くないんじゃない？
そんなに大差ない声だね。珍しくはあんまり大差ない声だと思う。あれだからタルタリアの前例あるからな。タルタリアの前科あるから何とも言えんか。
Hey, how about we get some tickets to the next trial?
I think we'd better wait and see what.
いやでも少なくともビエンヌは変わんねえだろ。ビエンヌは変わんない。
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
田舎のばあちゃんみてえだな。一人でいると話しかけてくれて。
Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
ちょうど風の神の目見えるしな。
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
誰だってそういうのはあんだよな。
I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
ごめん、どれ？ごめん、どれのこと言ってんの？
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
まあ確かにテイワット大陸のうちの一つに過ぎないもんな。
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged.
まあその辺は地層というのがあってな。
He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
話長くなりそうだから一旦沈めといた方がよくないこの人。
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
こいつこんなペシミストだったんだな。
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
そこまで考えてんだったらさすがに水に落とすのはやめようパイモン。さっきお前が言い出したことだけどさ。
Ah, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
そうです。リネットとは添付をよく渡す、添付とか生物とかよく渡してる関係ですね。
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
喋る神の目くんすこ。
Ah, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
それ以外何に見えるって言うんだ。
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon. And
パイモン is パイモン。
we just arrived in Fontaine.
パイモン is パイモン。
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
難解な言動は人を選ぶよリネットくん。気をつけな。
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us! Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
おいおい、こんな双子と一緒にすんな。
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin?
まず星が生まれたところからでい
Let's
いよ。
put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
パイもお前さっきの掲示板のやつ見なかったのか？なんか言ってくれ。
And hello, Paimon.
どこ触ってんだ？
Paimon, get a handshake! You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
お前パイモンのどこ触ったんだよ。
Please don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
とりあえず二人組の中でよく喋る方には背中を触るといいんだよな。あなたのおかげで勉強になりました。
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now.
まだ友達っていう分には早いと思うけ
We
ど。
were just getting ready to go to the opera house to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the opera house later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here.
あ、本当？じゃあ後でやる
Follow
か。
me.
はい、結局ついてくの？こいつらほっといたらちゃんと止まってくれるタイプかな。アルハイゼンはなんかとことん無視したタイプだったけどダメだ、こいつらまとまるタイプだアルハイゼンもな、目的地までほんと一直線のやつだったから。
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
ありがたいな。ん？こいつらなんで自分の胸叩いてんの？あー、すいません、今ちょっと配信中なんで失礼いたします。
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
アルコンだからに決まってんだろ。
dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
感触持ちっぽい声ですね。
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in
怖かったね。
honor of this traveler and his companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
なんか片目が怖いね、この人。あ、ラナみたいなのがいる。
She talking about us?
さすがに隣の双子のことじゃないと思うよ。グラスないから腕上げてんだろ、みんな。腕上げながら拍手してんのいたぞ。
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
まあでも手間省けそうでいいじゃん。
Insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
なんかアレクシアみたいな喋り方だなこいつ。
is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
水元素統治者フォカロルス。
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
あでも手間省けていいじゃ
The
ん。
Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really
一応アルコンが一般的な呼び名だけど、微妙みたいな感じでゴッドもあるんかな。
All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
まあ向こうだって警戒はしてるだろうしね。噂には聞いてるだろうけど、でもさっきパイモンが言ってたように自分たちが来たところ難ありなところも込みでフリーナ多分把握してるとは思うから、そりゃ警戒はすると思うよパイモン。しょうがないっちゃしょうがないと思う。
What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
こいつ男なんかなって思ってたけど声からすると女っぽいね。あ、でも C ってナヒーダも言ってたか。ナヒーダも C って言ってた気する。レディー・フリーナとかミス・フリーナとかも。あ、ミス・フリーナでいいか。
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady
Miss-
Farina?
ミス・フリーナで
Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
まあじゃあフリーナが終ボスかな。
I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
なんか口が追いついてませんよ。
Consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
殺すか。まあ水だったらね、一応リネたちいるからなんとかなるだろう。仮に再戦になってもディルクパがいるから勝てるよ。どっ殺すか。
Not afraid. Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
え、肉体勝負だ
What
ろ
are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
お前も堅苦しそうだから一回黙っとけ。
I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. He is obviously a true warrior.
えへへ、それほどでも。
Unfortunately, people
People nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
武力が必要にじゃなくなったから、武力じゃ面白みがないからいっそ武力でないものになって、それが過激になったってこと？なんとも過激な展開だな。
Criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
あ、じゃあ人質取るか。ちょうど近くにちょうどいいの2人いるし。
I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court.
All right. Now that'll be worth seeing.
タルタリアみたいな盛り上がり方すんの。腕の振り方ちょっと似ててくさ。スネーシナやトップのおもちゃ売りだ。うん、仮にあるとしたらリネット突き落とそうとしたぐらいだよ。
You on trial. It's obvious, isn't it? According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
ああ、確かに最初風の翼はけたな。
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
ごめん、風の翼やっちゃったわ、パイモン。
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
異論自体はあるよ。飛行物体っていうのは無機物に対して言うことだ。
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
おいてやれ、シンリー。ガーガーピーピーって言ってたからお前。
Permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
ん？簡単だよ。まず最初にパイモンの腕引きちぎるだろう。その時に血が出たら物体じゃないよ。はい、やってみよう。
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
なんか用意してんの？おいおいおい、放火はダメだって。公衆の面前で放火はダメだよ、リネ。あ？ああ、そういえばさっきなんかやってたな。
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
猫オブジェがバレバレ。
You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
無言で終始見守ってるラナみたいな女スコ。
It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
よし、ここで魔人戦争でもやるか、ちょっくら。ちょっくら魔人戦争でもやろうぜ。
Very amusing, Lenny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linney and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Toodaloo! どっかのくるみもタダーって言ってたしな。ファイナラーっていうのをやってた時に、タダーって英語だけ言ってたからな。それみたいなもんじゃろう。多分。
She's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was real.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
それはそれですごい性格だね。
We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
ああ、ぜひ。
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
なんかやってた
You
よ
really
ね。
mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
なこれ。
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails.
ああ、頼
I'm
む。
not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved.
小惑説
Until
なの
one
か
day,
ね。
the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
果て
In
し
the
ない
end, the
ね。
people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
あ、じゃあみんなで泣かそう
That
ぜ。
sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are
生
lots
ま
of
れたことが
guesses.
そもそも罪だ
Some
し
say
な。
that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
論文書ける
Even
の。
the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed. Wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
罪っていうのは自覚がないから一番罪深いんだよ。
But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have...
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
他の
Many
話して
people
たよ
carry
ね。
on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
でも人ってい
We
つか
hope
死
that at
ぬ
least
し
the people who reside near the
それが
waterfront
今だ
can
ったん
move
じゃ
away
ないの？
before it's too late. So we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item,
マジッ
these
クポケッ
magic
トってそういう
pockets
こと
have
だったんだ。
astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with
マ
such
ジ
a
ック宝
catastrophe.
箱を開けた時マジックポケットの話して
But
たよ
who
ね。
knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
いやでもそういうやつらをマジックポケットにどんどんしまっちゃえばよくない？うるさいから。水の中に消えた水のように。それは水じゃねえの。はい。どうぞ。
So you're the blonde traveler that...
ほら、食え。
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
やっとくやっとく。リネまだその辺にいるだろう。あ、この辺で喋んなかったっけ？リネ？どこ行ったんだ？俺言ってたよって言いに来たのに。
What's this? So you also believe in
はい。
prophecy.
パイモン、こいつしまうよ。
I won't have any use for
こいつマジックポケットにしまうぞ。
You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
it. No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story.
さあ、どんどんマジックポケットにしまっちゃおうね。
They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So,
確かに人の体内にも液体はあるから
water
な。
rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live on...
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
なんか夜叉貝系でそんなくだりあったな。な。
What do you think? Pretty interesting story, huh?
ちょっと日本語聞いてみるか、通行人の。
どうだい？さっきの物語、面白かったろ？
やっぱり大差ないじゃないか。やっぱり大差ないじゃないか。
引っ越すならどこがいいだろうな。スネージナヤ？リーユへ？
スネーシナヤはやめたら。あそこでかい像あるしあそこでっけえ人形あるし、クソでか人形あるから。
But where would I move to? Snezhnaya? Liyue?
さあ、どんどんマジックポケットにしまっちゃおうね。
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
あ、多分その辺込みで用意周到のやつもいるんだろうな。
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine.
意
Thanks.
外とノリいいやつら
It's
だ
just
な。
that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now.
ガラテアさんは今の生活がすごく楽しいんだね。その辺楽しめる人はいい人だと思うな。
I really can't imagine what it would be like if things changed.
今の暮らしがなくなったら一体どうなるんだろう。想像もつかないよ。
やっぱり大体みんな同じようななんか声してるね。さっきのなんつったっけ、一番最初に話しかけた2人組のうちの1人、アントワンヌさんか。アントワンヌさんだけちょっとなんか違うかもしれないけどね。
You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
やっぱどうしても実感ないと思うよ、その場のもんじゃないから。
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
そいつはいいだろうな。
You wanna collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
ロマリタイムフラワー持ってたかな。でもなんかこの辺で集めた記憶ないな。あ、いや、これか。待てよ、持ってるな。これね。あるよ。
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
ファッ。
We can do this!
ありがとう、バーバラ。
You want me on your...
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe
Yeah,
next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the opera.
それリネもやるんだぞとか、なんだったらリネの子全宣伝だぞ。
Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here,
しかもまだ時間あるのかよ。
head back to the court of Fontaine.
サボリマだな。
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine.
仮面ライダー部入れるぞ。
Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try.
仮面ライダー部にもサボリマ一応いるからな。
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
俺には何も聞こえないぜ。
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
あれが スリだったらゴム紐つけとくといいってデュボンさんかデュポンさんが言ってたよ。
We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go. よいしょ。この上行くのか。よいしょ。今なかなか怖い足になってたね、旅人。もうちょい上か。こっちから行けば。腹をどうやっていく？まさかここに登り判定ないとはね。あ、登れるのは一応登り通過立ち止まれるのは一応。ただこの上が厳しいな。確か初めて来た時はあの崖使って登ったんだよな。ネット使ってベネットそんな翼だったっけ？縫ったり繕ったりを繰り返した古い冒険者の服装。そんな感じの見た目かね。あ、まだ上かまだ上の話か。
ょっと飛ばすもん変えようぜ。あ、今ダメな。飛んでるとダメな。飛んでるつうか。
Benny's adventure team. I have failed you.
今だったら止まってるからいけんだよ。似合わねえ。場違いだよ。めっちゃ場違いだけど、まあいいだろう。めっちゃ場違いも甚だしいけどな。つかさ、ヌビレットがいるから大丈夫とかってさっきのやつ言ってたけどさ、そのヌビレットが寿命を迎えたらどうするつもりなんだろうな。寿命を迎える、あるいは年老いたりとかしたらさ、あんまりなんか後釜のことあんま考えてなさそうだけど大丈夫なのか。まあ、だ少なくとも市民側がそれを思ってるっていうのに過ぎないからな。法廷内のことについてはさすがに外にはそんな漏らさないと思うし、さすがに考えてはいると思うけど。それよりも警官みたいなのがいなかったっけ。なんか忘れたけど、なんか頭堅苦しそうなやつとかいたじゃん。名前一瞬だけだったからわかんないけどさ、そいつとかいるし大丈夫じゃねえの。頭固いやつ、名前忘れたけど。
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
つかこれ下手したらリネが疑われね。
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her.
余計危ねえじゃん。
She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
普通に危なくね。
But Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt,
リ
Lenny?
ネ抜き抜きせられた時はお別れだな。その時は笑顔で見送ってやるよ。試験になったら見送りには来てやるから。
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief! Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of
なんか嫌な予感するけどな、普通に。あれ、例えばあの女の人がさ、目撃者の役とかすればさ、普通にリネ濡れ衣着せられると思うけどな、十分。まあいいや。え？これ純粋戦のなんとか？ワープポイントで一応いけるけどさ、魔人任務前にある程度開けといたから。まあ、フォンテーヌだし。
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
地元人の言うことはすげえな。
Still boring even when I'm riding with
ああ、言ったな。ああ、知らね。
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
ああ、知らね。
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
ほう。
whatever.
まあなんだってそうだけど、家の外にいる人たちとの楽しみは家にいる人にはできない、与えられない楽しさだからね。
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on
そこは
board.
しょうがないな。そういうことにしといてやるや。なんかヤンフェイみたいなのが来たけど。え？
What? Traveler! Paimon!
なんでパイモンの名前知ってんの？
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the
いたっけこん
omnibus.
な人。
In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
七戦召喚のイベントの人か。
But as travelers, we're
なんかいた
always
気
on
す
the
ん
move.
な。
It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
まあ記者だしな。
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen.
映像でも連れてくるか。
With the draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird. Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So,
タンタンだったらなんとかなりそう。
serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since,
なんか未解決事件だったらなんか結構いろいろあるけどな、そういういろんな少女が行方不明になったタイプ。まあ少年少女が行方不明になったやつもあったか、外国のだと。
But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
ああ、まあ未解決事件の方はさすがに死体は見つかってたの、いずれも。
But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
複数犯のね。
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that
犯人一人じゃなさそうだけどな、そんな規模だと。
waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
リネットさんについて、リネットかわいそうかわいそう。お兄はもっとかわいそう。こんなことをしたのはフォンテーヌの悪ガキと思います。あんまり明るくない内容で話題盛り上がっちゃったね。なんか氷スライムみたいなのいなかった今。あいつ後で狩ろうぜ。こんな美しい景色に水を差したんだ。ある程度の食材はやってもらおうじゃないか。命を償ってね。
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
はいよ。
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
まあよくわかんないけど頑張れよ。
Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
まあせんべいとお茶で手打とうじゃねえか。
Always running around and interviewing everyone?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
あなたたちお家あったんすか？
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
ずいぶん広い家だね。この噴水に住んでんのかい？はい。レベル上げられるんじゃね？ゴー！せっかくだからこの辺のやつ密輸しようぜ。秒で悪いことしよる。秒で罪に手を染めようとしよる。
This is our current abode.
あ、仮住まいか。
Fremine, your home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
さっき出かけたよ。
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
シーズン制なんだね、
Allow
お
me
父
to
さん帰って
introduce
く
you
る
to my
のは。
little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
潜水士さん？
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon.
パイモンイズパイモンいつまでも貫くなこいつ。
I'm very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
すごいかね。
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
うん、家族の時間を優先しとけ。
I see.
Is everything alright?
もう気が済んだ？
It's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
ファーダーの話がちょっとなんか意味ありげだね。後でわかるんだろうけど。まあ仮にわかんなくても伝説にいいものがあるか。そこ次第だね。
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right.
あーね、
Wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
カナイクなんじゃないの？
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
リオの話確か誰かも世界任務で言ってたな、フォンテーヌ
When I
の。
was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon!
バーカって言うの。
Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual.
原数竜って大体終ボスになるからうまいんだよな。
Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Don't cry! 泣いたら泣かすぞ。
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
でも事実は小説よりも
You
きなり
know,
ってい
you
う
might
ぜ。
be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon.
ロマンチストだとポストヒューマンのやってることに失敗しや、なんかやってることにこうまともに食らいづらくなるぞ。
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry.
フレミネ、リネだけじゃん、すげえ喋ってん
You
の。
feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of
今のイベントのなんかパラパラッパーみたいなおもちゃやる人と気が合いそうじゃね？
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
フィレンツェによって得意なこと違うから。
This'll be a walk in the park for us.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
Arigato.
めっちゃ声高くて草。誰？
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
実家のようなボイス。ああ、びっくりした。 意外となんか声高かったな、あの人。なんだったんだなんだったんだじゃないけど。だから多分声優さんが分かればなんか、ああ、この人か。この人を起用したんだって感じになるんだろうけどね。多分。にしても誰か呼ぶ、助けを求める声が聞こえる。まずはその声のところに行かなきゃ。この人だ。どうしたの？ファイズみたいな顔してんな。このルカっていう人は。こんなまるでユーザーネームみたいな名前よく覚えられたんだよ。二人はどういう集まりなんだっけ？マイディアルカダメだ。片っ端からこいつ喋る言葉に下手くそだ。お前が手袋の擬人化なんだろう。あなたが白い手袋をはめているとしましょう。そしたら何か汚いものに触った時手袋に汚れがつきますでしょう。そうだね、目立つもんね、白いから。というわけで、汚いものを見つけ処理するのが私の仕事です。ああ、なるほど。そんぐらいこう、なんか軽眼なんだ、夏が。でもそのゴミって処理したら赤いゴミが出るじゃないか。多分魚ってこれ人も含まれてるだろうね。いずれは海に帰る説信じてるような人たちもいるわけだし。まずは本題から聞こう。バージル、遺跡のミッション、遺跡探検のミッションの時にお世話になったね。いやいや、いいんだよ。手に負えなかったかも。そうそう、存在ですね。本当にありがとうございます。まあ最悪過激、あれがオペラなんとかに連れてきゃいいんじゃねえの。なるほどね。まあとりあえずマジ任務進めるか。これでとりあえず任務は解放できたからいつでもできるぞ。This is not the end.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
あ、こいつか。
Oh, hello there.
エアクッキングしない不届き者
Looking
か。
to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver
雑
some
談も
materials.
歓迎なの？
Here they are. They're for making...
クーロンスケートだったらすげえありがたいタイプだ
What
な。
were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Money, money, money is all
Is
you
this machine what you
need.
use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well,
奴隷で動かしてん
it's
だ
a
ろ。
little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
じゃあ審判みたいなことが起きない。審判の元になるような出来事ができないとダメなんだ。それはそれでなんか皮肉なエントロピーだね。正義の国つってるんだ。正義の国、正義の神つってんだから、本当は正義なことが一番なんだろう。なのに正義じゃないことを求めるなんてだいぶ皮肉な仕組みだね。資源エンジンとかよりはなんかこう比較的管理しやすい動力源だね。漠然としすぎてるけど。資源エンジンはコアははっきりしてたけど、マジでそれさえやる、それやられたらマジで全部終わるようなタイプだったからな。管理はしやすくていいんじゃないの？比較的狙われるリスクはなさそう。
Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
Huh? You...
この人たち確かメールにもいた。
So great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
不良債権とかハゲタカ以外であんま聞いたことねえぞ。
But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
まあ北国銀行がそこにもあるんだったら、確かにここでもここにも来るっちゃ来るか。まあな。確かに一旦スレン時代に帰ったんだよな。まあまた一回稲妻に来たりもしてたけどさ。
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, the ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Hey, you.
いや、マジでそうだよな。
Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the traveler like this.
いや、
Why don't you wait for
いや
me over there?
おめえ自分勝手なやつだな。ふざけんなよ、向こうは真面目に言う。あ、そうだよ、雑談やってるうちにトンズラしようとか言ってるわけじゃねえんだぞ。
Hey, I just said not to
もう。
Oh, by the way, traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing,
あ、
Tusser said,
なんだ、なってた。テーサがなってたって。あのカスが。カスは言い過ぎだけど、なんだ、バカほど可愛いもんはいないの擬人化であるテウセルがなんだって？
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients.
つかまあ、なんか、7、8割ぐらい君が悪いと思うぞ、こうしくん。言っとくけど、あんなに待ってくれる借金取り立てられる側の人ってそうそういないと思うからな。普通だったらもうとんずらされておかしくなかったぞ、こっそりでも。
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
まあちょっと、なんかいろいろ思うことあるけど、まあいいや。いろいろ思うことはあるけど、なんかちょっと無視しとくか。じゃあな。はお前限定かよ。お前、聞いてません。なんか2人いるしな。で、何持ってんの？あー、これあれだ。ジュンさんが持ってたやつだ。生物は安定の吸気用セットなんだね。散突してんだ。すごいね。まあでもこの辺はマジでなんか突進めたいなって時のまで取っとくか。基本的にあんまりその辺はなんかピックアップキャラに限ってはあんまりこうその辺興味持ってないんだけど、よほど触るもんがなければな。もういいや。あ、これ近接弱くね？あ、なんか爆発できるな。なんか生物次第では絶対こっちの方が強えな。
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
What did you do, bro?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it?
でも正当防衛とか言ってたらそりゃお前やられるぞ。正当防衛がどんぐらい通用する国かは分かんないんだからさ。よし、殺せ。いけ、取るよん。え意味な。意味な。
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision.
ああ、みんな逃げちゃった。
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
それは罪、あれじゃないの？正当防衛どころじゃないタイプの罪を犯したからじゃないの？
If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
多分だけど正当防衛が通用しない世界で罪を犯しちゃったから、それで効果制御食らっちゃったんじゃないの？
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
あ、それじゃないの逆に。
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
何があったんだよそれで。
Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
その質問まあまあ失礼でくさ。
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
それはそれで何があったんだよ。
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
でもそれはそれでなんかなんだろう、医療関連の国とか、ああまあギリスメールがそれになるけど、なんかまあ神の目関連に無縁な人の発想かもだけど、なんかそういうなんか不調さを覚えたら大体はスメールみたいな場所行って見てもらうもんじゃないのか。
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques.
確かストーリーで読んだ気が
I
す
asked her
る。
why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
それは行間読ませるタイプだったんじゃないの、
You
師
make it
匠が。
sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out
ア
of
ビー
leads
ス
at
に
this
ついて
point,
の
but
は
there's nothing
アビ
more
ー
I
ス
can
ってワー
do.
ドがなんかそういえば
It seems that strange encounters in
報
this
道者も
world
なんか言っ
tend
て
to
たっ
be
けか。
elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
つかところでテンセルがなんつったんだよ。
You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
イベント
The
でもそういう
champion
話あっ
duelists
た
are
ね。
all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
しかも勝ったやつって結構ぶっ壊れな性能持ってなかったっけ？
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I have been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's
クロリンであの頭硬そうなやつか。
Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
なんだろう、モラか。そんな簡単に渡していいのそれ。
Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel.
まあ
So,
レベルを上げ
I
て
think
物
I'll
理
be
で
better
殴れ
off
ば。
without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
なんか
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't
あはははまあそういう感じの洒落たことするやつはいるけど。
I'll be in touch later.
ははは。見切りつぶすか。
He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
で、テウスルがなんつったんだよ、おい。それだけ言えよ。それだけ言えよ、お前。やっほーい、どうもこんばんはです。あの野郎。だいぶ、地味に一番気になること結局言わずに立ち去りやがってカス。今度見つけたら埋めるぞ。今度見つけたら首から上だけ残した状態で砂場に埋めてやる。まったく。
それ見たらなんかやっとる。ってなってみたら浮いてる非常食がなんか喋ってた。
この人いつも喋ってるよ。主人公より喋ってる。あ、オペラハウスか。
名前思い出せなかったからあれだけどそうだパイモンだ。
そうですよ。
魔王任務と書いてあるけどこれオーソドックスな魔王討伐でええのかね。
魔人任務じゃなくてちなみにね、魔人任務の意味について話すんだったらね、まあ、
すまねえ。俺日本人やめるわ。
一番平たい言い方するんだったら魔人任務ってのは要するにメインストーリーのことだね。このゲームって結構お使いになるようなサブクエストとか結構いっぱいあるんだけどさ、その中で一番こう旅人が主人公だけど、一番こうなんか主人公がメインの目的に触れた旅をする物語、そういうメインストーリーのことを原神の中では魔人任務って呼んでる。で、ちなみになんで魔人なのかっていうと、これについては単純に和訳側の問題だと思うんだけどさ、そうだな。この原神のメインストーリーって結局何をする話かっていうと、主人公が旅人っていう立ち位置の存在なんだけどさ、その旅人にはね、双子の兄弟がいるんさ。その双子の旅人、双子のお兄ちゃんか妹、そのどっちかを選ぶのが一番最初に自分たちゲーマーがやるべきことなんだけどさ。
ホタルちゃんだっけか。
そう。お兄ちゃんが空くん、スカイって書いて書く方の空くんで、妹がホタルちゃんで、どっち操作するかはこっち側次第なんだけどさ、それによってまたちょっと変わるんだけど、要するに双子のうちの片方を選ぶとさ、もう片方が失踪すんだよね。で、その失踪した双子についての手がかりを得るために まあ双子失踪した時と同時に迷い込んだ世界が原神の世界なんだけど、原神の中での世界なんだけどさ、まあテイワットっていう風に総合して呼ばれるかな。テイワット大陸っていうところがあって、その中でいろんな国が、7つの国があるんだけど、テイワット大陸には。で、それぞれの国には、神様が一人ずついるんさ。で、原神って、属性も全部、原神の中に存在する属性って全部で7つあるんだけど、それぞれの属性を統治する神って呼ばれてる存在
7人の
がいる。
神様。
そうそうそう。で、まあ、こっからはちょっと英語版の話になるけど、英語版ではね、魔人任務のことをアルコーンクエストって言ってるんさ。で、アルコーンクエストのアルコーンがどういうことかっていうと、
の上司的なもんがいるのか。
あ、もしかしたらいるかもよ。そこについてはまだ触れられてないけど、そのアルコーンっていう英語で言われてるのが、それぞれの国を統治、それぞれの元素を統治して、それぞれの国に所属している神様なんさ。その神たちのまあその神たち日本語では総括すると七神って呼ばれてんだけど、七に神って書いて。その七神のことを英語ではアルコーンって呼んでて、で、メインストーリーのことをアルコーンクエストって呼んでるんさ。だからどっちかっていうと七神のお話っていうのが要するになことだと思うよ。ただそれをなんか和訳した時に魔人任務っていう風に言われたみたいだね。まあ、ちょっとごちゃごちゃしちゃったけど、そんな感じ。
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
ということは妹に関わるストーリーってことかね。
まあそうなるね。
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
まあ妹に関わるストーリー、そうだね。まあ一番はそうなる。魔人任務って言ってるからには、その七神
ああ、だからネタバレ注意って書いてあるのか。
そうそうそう、メインストーリーだからね、原神の中で一番の。その辺についてはやっぱ楽しみにしてるような人いるから、それでそういうサムで作ったってわけ。妹と、まあ七神にさ、やっぱ話しかけ、七神に会ってさ、妹のことについての手がかりを得るっていうのがまあ旅人の目標なんさ。最終的な大目標は、今までずっと一緒にあちこちを旅していた妹と一緒にまたもう一回冒険することなんだけどさ、一緒に合流して、でそのために今その7つの国に行って、それぞれの国にいるその七神って呼ばれてる神たちのうちの一人から妹に関する手がかりを得ていくっていう感じだからね。まあざっと言うとそんな感じ。すごい厳密に言うとさ、もう存在していない国の話。今はもう崩壊されて、
手がかり見つかるとええなあ。
そうだね。 まあ今来た国の一個前の国のお話でも結構なんかそうなのって感じの手がかりとかもらえたし、神様から割とその辺は侮れんと思うよ。何の話してたっけ。ああ、そうそう。だからまあメインで旅人が回るのは今ある7つの国なんだけど、その7つの国の他にも存在はしてたけど崩壊してしまった国があってね。その国についての話とかも会話の中で出てくること結構あるから、まあその7つの国だけの話じゃ済まないような気もしてくるけどね。色ずれはちょっと目に悪いので NG。 おい、なんか言ったか非常食。
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
リネットはあれですね。今その手がかりを得るためにまた新しい国に来たところなんだけど、そこで出会った第一村人の双子の、第一村人が双子だったんだけど、そのうちの片割れですね。
Lenny asked me to wait here for you. Remember?
忘れたのか？
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides,
リネがその
time for eerie things.
第一村人の片割れが噴水の中で溺れてんじゃねえの。
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could
選択肢で結末変わったりするのかね。
In fact,
わあ、それになったらきついんだかなりこのゲーム。
I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
このゲーム本当に何がきついってね、セーブないんですよ。このゲームセーブないから、なんか分岐ありそうな気がする部分があってもそのルートしか選べないんですね。
噴水でブクブクしてるのが片割れ。
そうこのゲームセーブがない、オートセーブしかないから、なんかこうデータ分けてセーブして他のルート見てみるとかそういうのがないんですね、このゲーム。個人的にその辺ちょっと不満なんだけど、いやちょっとどころじゃないな、マジでそれセーブできないからガチで引退考えてたことあるぐらいにはちょっと困るシステムなんだけど、別枠のセーブができないから、そういうなんで、なんかこれ絶対別ルートあったでしょっていうルートがあっても、それって絶対自分でプレイして見ることができないんですね。なんか頑張って探せばもしかしたら動画で違うルート行った人いるかもしれないけど、だとしてもそれって自分でプレイして見るのとやっぱどうしても違うじゃないですか。その辺が個人的にちょっと嫌なんですよね。まあそういうことがあるから、
余韻残すための仕様なのかね。
そういうことがあるからちょっとなんかそういうなんかマルチエンド系のことされたら個人的にめちゃくちゃ困る。ただでさえセーブできなかったことでなんか他ルート見たかったのに見れなくて、なんかその辺歯がゆさ残ってる場面いくつもあるのにさ、マルチエンドでまでそれやられたら本当にって感じ。
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
リアルライフセレクション。
いや、まあマジで大体そんな感じ。本当困る。
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, The Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here.
しょっぱ
So
そうだ
maybe what
ね。
you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
水の表現割とええな。
We should worry about my brother first.
だいぶその辺頑張ってる作品じゃないんですか？
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lenny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
ははは、弱み握りましたよ。この弱み絶対忘れませんよ。へへへへ。
旅人子は
ちなみに、この人がさっきの、この顔さっき見たでしょ？これが第一村人の双子で、その片割れがこの人。なんか口数多そうな顔してるでしょ？
仲間なんかい。
普通に味方だよ。だってこの人とこの人の双子がいなかったら普通になんかあんまり明確な目的なしにさまようことになってたからね、新しい国に来ても。
公園でいるよねこの時期。そうやって水浴びしてる子供。
だって気持ちいいんだもん。脱がなかっただけ良心的だと思ってほしいね。ってリネットが言ってた。さっきの双子のさっき喋ってた方が
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
からかね、口の中にナイロン詰め込むぞ。
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance
こ
for
の
us to
慶米
take you to the best seats
で
in the
旅
house.
人が慶米のまんまでいたらのオマージュやったりしてね。
まあありえるんじゃない？なんとなくなんだろう、お兄ちゃん編と妹編それぞれのルートにも言え
The
そう
opera
なの
house
が
has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
旅人のその旅人の方の双子の口数は2人とも同じぐらいっぽそうだったけどね。リネとリネットで言うんだったら明らかにリネットの方が口数少なそうだけど、この辺旅人は空と蛍は2人ともなんか同じぐらいの口数してそうだったよ。まあお礼は体でパイモン
Don't
が。
mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
お礼は体でって下水な。
しかもパイモンにやらせるからね。余計凶悪だぞこの旅人。
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Go ahead. この奥なの？つかさ、ちょっと探検しようぜ、せっかくだから。とりあえずこっから外に出るのか。ちなみにね、この世界観についてこの世界のこうなんか独特なシステムについて今わかる範囲で言うと、この世界ではこうなんだろう、大体の物事に物語性を見出してるみたいで、 だからこの国の中で行われる裁判、この国は結構なんか裁判がなんか見せ物状態になってる、完全に。なんか傍聴とかそういうレベルじゃなくって、もう本当になんか裁判がなんか法廷のことをなんかオペラパレスって言
そ
ってるくらい。
れはそれで怖いな。
オペラプレスなんつってたっけ。まあそういう歌劇っていう歌に劇の歌劇っていう感じのそういう場所として表現してるぐらいには、なんか裁判のことをなんか完全に見せ物扱いしてるから。まあただ一個言えるのが、なんかその裁判にかけられた人たちに対してさ、まあ比較的なんか嫌悪
娯
感
楽の一種にもなってそうだな。
比較的なんか嫌悪感マシマシで見ずに済みそうだなっていうところはちょっとあるけどね。まあでもあれなのかな。なんか裁判とかでさ、被告人とかに対してさ、もうこんなやつとっとと死刑でいいだろうとかって言ってるような人いるけどさ、それもあれなのかな。物語見る上でさ、めちゃくちゃ嫌いな登場人物とかいてさ、もうこいつ死ねえよなみたいな言ってるような感じのと同じくらいの立ち位置にさせられてるってことなのかな。それはそれでじゃああんまり変わんないか。なんかさ、そいつに親でも殺されたんかっていうレベルでさ、登場人物に対してこう嫌悪感マシマシなコメント投げつける人っているもんね。だからこの国の中で言うんだったら、裁判の被告人に対してそういう風に言ってるような人もフォンテーヌにかかったらそういう扱いなんかも。隣に明らかに変なのが座ってますね。
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me. I did not realize you felt awkward.
パイモン、
I am terribly
なんで
sorry.
難しい顔をしてるんだ。
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
パイモン is パイモンをずっと貫き通してんの、ほんと笑う。
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
劇場の中で雑談はお控えください。
honor it is to have you here to see my show.
劇場の中で雑談はお控えください。
Mr. Linney, I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervilette? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervilette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
この裁判、フォンテーヌにおける法廷でのなんか弁護士とか検察官とかはどうなってるのかよくわかんないけど、少なくとも
裁判官みたいな人ってこと？
裁判長のレベルだと思う、下手したら。多分判決下すのもこの人がやってんでしょ。ただそんなんでなんか誰が最高審判官つってるからなんかちょっとね、警察とか弁護士とかどうしてんのかがちょっとわかんないけど、下手したらその人込みでルビレットっていう人、ルビレットさんが一人でやってんかもしれんし。
偉い人なのか。
まあめちゃくちゃ偉いよ、裁判。さっきのなんか住人の話とか聞いた感じだと、このヌビレットって人は裁判においてはマジで一番偉い人だと思う。
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
ちなみにさっきこの向こうの登場人物本人が自ら自己紹介してたから改めて言うと、
ヌイットさん素敵だな。ちょっと好きかも。
この初めて来たフォンテーヌの世界に所属する水属性のアルコン、要するに水神があの人だよ。
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may become flustered.
この人が水神です。
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention.
神様もオペラを見に来てるんかい。
なんかそうみたいだね。
So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
パイモン急に声のぶとくなったぞ。面白いやつだな。
Oh, they're dimming the lights. The show must be starting.
椅子座れ。はよ椅子座れ。
ああ、だからこの建物の前に噴水あったんか。
Welcome one and all to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny.
本当だよ、忙しかったんだぞ。
And over here is my sister Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now,
本当だ、忙しかったんだぞ。ってどんなやじだよ。
じゃあ来んなよってじゃあわざわざ来んなよってのが向こうの言い分だよな。
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado,
マジック
let
と
the
マジカル
show
は似てる
begin.
と思うけどな。
Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
上から照明落ちて、上から電気落ちてこないかな。なんもない帽子だね、中身。
よっしゃ、めっちゃ瞬きするわ。
なんで浮遊してんだよ、帽子のくせに。なんでなんか漏れたぞ。元栓閉めとけ。
え、何金田一ここにおるの？
え、金田一なんで
But this isn't what you came for.
なんで
These little tricks, you've seen them all before.
あ、そうだよ。人体切断マジック見せる。リネットで人体切断しろ。
上から照明落ちてこないかなってコメントしてたから。
ああ、金田一ってそんな感じなんだっけね。あ、なんか上にいるよ。ああ、なるほど。中でミキサーにかけるんですね。ちょっと水は赤くなるけど、まあ存在は消え、だって物が溶けるときって、粒子がすっげえちっちゃくなった時だし。
窒息でええやん。
窒息はダメだよ。だって、体が変わったわけじゃないんだから。
I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now.
じゃあな、
Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
今まで短い間だったけど楽しかったよ、リネット。君のことは忘れない。
ひにゃ
ひにゃって言ってくそ。ちょっと待って、リネット服しかないってことは待って、リネットワンチャンおい、なんで服着てんだよ水槽の中に服忘れただろ、リネット。おい、話が違うぞ話が違うぞ。意外と水人本人も楽しんでてくさ
ヤジコメントが親父臭くてビビる
だって水槽の中に服だけ残したじゃん。水槽の中に着てたはずの衣服全部残してさ、なんで服着たまま来るんだよ。おかしいだろ。
おい、何服着てんだ、夜話ちげえだろで吹いたわ。
だって水槽に服しかなかったから、服が残ってたから。
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun.
I'm glad that I met you.
Even more astonishing surprises for everyone here.
態度悪すぎる客でマジで笑う、わら。
見せてみろよ。それリネットだって忍者に見えるし。そうじゃねえのだって。あ、じゃあヌビレット沈めようぜ。ヌビレット沈めよう。
If my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now, there are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
あ、水準閉じ込めてもいいんじゃない？
ヌビットさんに恨みでもあんのか、わら。
A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box.
ヌビレットさんだ
After
よ。
1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me
ヌ
any
ビレット
chance
さ
to
ん。
make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is
ヌビレとか水準のあたりでも閉じ込めればいいんじゃない？
actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It
まあ
selects
どうせ
numbers
旅人はなんねえ
entirely
だ
at
ろ。
random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then,
そ
let's
の辺の
begin.
モブ客の誰かだろう。単純に考えて。
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations!
あ、ほらやっぱり。
You now have the chance to experience magic
よ
firsthand
かった。ちゃん
for an
と偶
entire
然だね。
minute. Please come forward. My assistant will take you
でもこい
beside
つ、
the
あ
magic
れ
box.
ちょっと待って。あの女見覚えあるぞ。さっきのシーンでスリを犯したやつじゃね？あの静香ちゃんみたいな髪型は見覚えあるんだ
犠
けど。
牲者は君か。
But no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged
まあでも
everything for you to be as comfortable as
人
possible.
ってい
You don't need to
っ
do
ぱいいるし、
anything, but no matter what strange things
人
may
の個体
happen,
数結構えぐいから
come
な。
out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up?
これが裁判ってこと？
In the fortress
あ、
of
うん、これは裁判じゃないよ。
Oh, okay.
単純にスリの犯人、さっきのスリ犯に似てるなって思っただけだから実際はわかんない。この人が本当にその人かは。ちなみにこれは本当に裁判じゃないよ。第一、その最高審判官のヌビレットさんが観客にいるからね、今。本来水人が座ってためちゃくちゃ高い椅子覚えてるかな。あそこにヌビレットさんが座ってる時は裁判の時だろうけどね。だからこれは関係ないよ。裁判じゃない。
偶然で選ばれたってことか。
うん。偶然だよ。
Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like.
60、59、58、3、2、1。
I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks
早す
now.
ぎるだろが。
If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
61。
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together.
いや、誰もそんな意地悪なこと考えてませんよ。
Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you finish
10
counting.
10、2、9とか、現言いそう。
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Mervelet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Just enjoy the show.
Not so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double checking the direction of the message.
めっちゃ喋っててさ。
Faster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
まあそれはそれで面白いと思うけどな。
Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
まあ自信なかったらこんな仕事やっていけませんよ。
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
いや、何も聞こえなかったよ。
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
殺虫芸されたか。
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
これ込みでパフォーマンスかもしれんからなんとも。
Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting? 19, 18, 17. It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone.
謝ってる暇あったら早くやれ。
Feels like you're all starting to
真面目にやれ。
but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown.
あ、本当だよ。こっちとら忙しい時間されて60から10まで数えてんだぜ。その辺はやっぱある程度理解を求めるね。
リネがひねる可能性が。
短い間だったけど楽しかったよ。
Hey, wait. Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again. 7. Hey, slow down. Honestly. 5. 4. 3. Whoops. That doesn't count.
今太鼓の達人中なんでしょ。
ただー。いいじゃん。
Is this part of the show?
笑っちゃあかんて。
You're using magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in
シリアスな場面なのにもらい笑いす
This
る。
performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
嫌な
No
事
need to be
件だった
alarmed,
ね
you。two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
嫌な事件だったね。入れ替わった客人、まだ見つかってないん
Unfortunately,
だ
the
ろ。
person who was in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe.
死んでんじゃねえか
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank
舞
to
台
fall
上
onto
の
the
花
stage.
火が水槽上部のロープに引火した。ああ、なるほどね。確かにロープの左端が焦げてる。
As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
確かに観客があの箱の中にいるはずだもんね。それが仮面つけたやつだったのが、仮面つけたアシスタントの一人だったんだろ。
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance.
その舞台のその客の女の子がどこ行ったかだね。
上から照明落ちてこないかなって冒頭で言ってたけど、照明の代わりに水槽落ちてきたね。
そうなんで、それがちょっとマジか良すぎて笑っちゃった。
And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
そう、さっきね、 道中にあった新聞記者も連続少女失踪事件についての話してたもんね。そうそう、シャルロットっていう記者がいたんだ。
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly?
この水人フリーナの声がなんかアレクシアっぽいなってたまに思う。若干ダークロ寄りのアレクシアの声かもだけど、あんまコードベロニカには似てないかもね。あ、この場じゃ疑われてしょうがないよ。
今回は抱っこしたら溺れるの？
ああ。
During your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
でもそれはもうちょい過去の連続少女失踪事件の例によるんじゃないの？
アンクロのアレクシアかね。
ダークロ。確かにこの場で疑われてもしょうがないっちゃしょうがないけど、今までの連続少女失踪事件がどういう時に起きたのかがなんか、なんだろう、もうちょい具体的な手がかりこっちで調べてないからなんとも言えない気する。まあ短い間だったけど楽しかったよりね。じゃあな。
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina.
露骨なんだよな、濡れ衣着せな感じがするな。
まあなんとも言えない、本当に。手がかり、とりあえず。
I just think that he, well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
とりあえずこの出来事についてはこれから調べていく感じになると思うから、リネについても自分じゃない証拠とか、まあなんだろう、こう自分がやったっていう証拠がまずは不十分であることを証明しないといけないから、やってない証拠って物事あれなんだよね、定めらんないんだよね、ぶっちゃけ。せいぜいできるとしたら、その証拠でその結論に至らせるには弱いんじゃないのかっていうのを証明することしかできないけどさ、世の断りとして。ただそれのためにこれから調査パートに入ると思うから、連続少女失踪事件の。まずはとりあえずそっからだよね。
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
まあその辺はこれからそういう風になるんだと思うよ。
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
観客のあの子が犯人で選ばれたのを良いことに失踪を装って逃げたとか。
You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
まあ仮にあの子がさっき、まあちょっとね、ちょうどイグさんが見てないやつだからあれだけど、仮にあの子がさっきのシーンにあったスリ犯の犯人と同一人物だとしたら、一応その辺はなんだろう、スリ犯やっぱリネがそのスリ犯を追ってたから関係ないとは言えなくないと思うな、その二人は。
But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese?
Huh. It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
よし、とりあえずこっからだね。こっからフリーナの発言した内容は
下敷きになった人ってどうなったか言ってたっけ？
普通に死んでたって言ってたじゃないか。なぜか仮面つけたリネの、リネが手品師なんだけど、リネと観客のさ、通路のところと舞台のところにさ、箱が2つあったでしょ。で、それぞれの箱の中に、そのリネと抽選で選ばれた観客が入って、で、最初リネが舞台側、観客が通路側の方の箱に入った。で、観客側は絶対箱の中で動かないでねって言われてるから、多分それには従ってたと思う。少なくとも途中まではね。で、舞台の上に、舞台の上の方の箱の中にリネが入って、で、そのリネが入った方の舞台の上の箱は、アシスタントの人が、様子、その箱の方を見てる感じだったじゃない。そばにいた。で、その状態で上から水槽が落ちてきたの。で、なんかさっきヌビレットの話聞いた感じだと、下手したら箱の中にそのアシスタントが入ってたんだよね。空箱でその横にいたアシスタントが水槽で圧死したっていうんじゃなくって、多分入れ替わったのだと思うんだけど、ただその場合本当に、とりあえずこっからは本当に調査パートに入ると思うから。
and shall remain within the Opera House.
フリーナの主張した内容がいかに証拠不十分かっていうのをこれから調べていくしかないから、そっからは本当にこっからだよ。
The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
少なくともその職員が死んだのは間違いないね。
リネの無実を証明する流れになるのかね。
とりあえずそうなるんじゃないの？もっと良かったら真犯人提唱できればもっといいだろうけど、とりあえず今最低限できるのはリネの無実を証明することだけじゃないのかな。個人的に無実証明っていう言い方だとさ、なんか本当に
容疑者なのに動き回れんのかい。
リネが犯人じゃないっていう証拠があるのかっていう風になっちゃうからさ、それだとちょっとなんか紛らわしい感じになっちゃうから、少なくともフリーナの主張がいかに証拠不十分かっていうのしか今はできないと思う。これはちょっと厳密な話かもだけどさ。
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
一応動き回れるけど劇場からは出られないんでしょ。
Of course. Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
なんか出られない的なことさっき言ってなかったかな。
ああ、そういう。
リネ含めたその手品師団 は全員この劇場からは出られないと思うよ。
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself.
マックとかモズとか食いには行けねえってことか。
虫食べたかったらそれこそヌビレットのあたりが買いに行く感じになるかもだけどね。
I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
なんとも言えないね。
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation.
すごいかわいそうな話だけどさ、リネ本人はそんなつもりなくても、リネが意識してない範囲で因果関係が成立しちゃったら、それは仮に間接的でありながらもリネが犯人になっちゃうよ。
I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion.
リネが把握してない範囲でリネが結果的に事件引き起こしちゃってるタイプだったら、リネがね、犯人絶対許せねえみたいな感じのこと言ってたから、マジで皮肉な展開にはなるけど。
I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box.
やっぱ、in the box って言ってるから、箱の中にやっぱコウイルがいつの間にか入ってたんだね。
As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did.
この場合調査する上ではさ、この手品の種はやっぱリネには喋ってもらうしかないんじゃないの？
Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
どこからそんなメガネ持ってきた？
さっき街、なんか、劇場入れる時間になるまで街をちょっとブラブラするかって言ってた時に、パイモンが自腹で買ったみたい。
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self.
まあ、とにかく、だからリネの手品の種教えてくれ、今回の。じゃないと、今回の裁判マジであんた不利だよ。
But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
任せてっていう保証、任せてっていうことは言えない。はっきり言って初めて来て間もない状態でこんな目にあったんだから、任せてって言えるほど。
慣れっこなの？
まあトラブルに遭いやすいっていう意味ではそうかも。来て早々トラブルに遭いやすいっていう意味ではそうかもね。まあだから消去法でこれかな。はっきり言ってこの2人にはっきり言ってそういうなんか無意識的な因果関係が発生してたら余計この2人にとって理想的な結果を招けるとは言えないからね。
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
まあじゃないと本当に今回はしょうがないよ。
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Winnie.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it.
早く言え。
But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
早く言え。
We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and
な
in
ん
the
て
meantime,
そうか、
you
ネ
can
タ
go
を喋る
investigate
と
the
手
stage
品
in
師
the
としての
city.
食いぶちがなくなるのか。
ああ、まあそれがあれか、裁判の中でそれが完全公開状態になっちゃうから、それで嫌なのか。まあ、なんか、だとしてもなんでわざわざここ出ないといけないのかがよくわかんないんだけど。
While the investigation teams are still here, Detective Paimon is on the case.
名探偵はパイモンのことなんだね。
結構目玉のネタやったみたいやし。
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina... Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was
死体の
hardworking
落書
and
きがもう
everyone
ちゃんとしてあ
generally
る。
liked him.
リネのアシスタントの一人で入団して間もなかったがコツコツ頑張ってるってんで、みんな彼に対しては好印象を持っていた。
The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
あんななんか、ヒャッホーって感じの死に方してたんだね。コーウェルさん。アシスタントの仕事は主に道具の設置や点検、それから舞台上でショーに協力したり雰囲気を作ったりもする。まあ、リネさん早くみたいな感じのこととか言ってたもんね、コーウェル。
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl.
もしそれがさ、元素に関わってるものだったら、まあ、証拠としては提出しづらいかもだけど、元素資格使えば痕跡たどれるんじゃないのかな。
However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap.
花火なのかどうかがまずね。ただ確かにロープは明らかに焼き切れてる状態だからね。炎が関わってんのは一個間違いない。
All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
あの燃焼時間でロープ切れるか？
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
だったらなんでパイもそんな豪語したの？不利になるからやめろよ。余計なこと言うな。
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys.
そりゃこう言われるよ。
I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
とりあえずまずは調べたいね。事件ファイルから現在の物的証拠と手がかりの獲得状況を把握し、事件の関連情報を整理できます。事件ファイルから未発見の物的証拠と手がかりを確認でき、該当エリアを調査することで獲得ができます。あ、はい。頑張ります。ありがとうございます。捜査感知スキルを発動すると一定範囲内の調査可能な物的証拠と手がかりを発見でき、全体の進捗を進められます。捜査感知スキル。警察隊の調査によると、マジックショーの終わり間際に放たれた花火によって水槽を吊るしていたロープが焼け、水槽が落ちてしまい、箱の中にいたコーベルが死亡したとみられる。明らかにリネはマジックアイテムを利用して犯行に及んだ可能性が最も高い人物だ。しかし死者がなぜコーベルなのか、選ばれた少女がなぜ失踪したのかについては未だ謎に包まれている。 あ、コーベルこんな顔してたんだ。秘書の名前はコーベル。リネの魔術団のアシスタントの一員で、生前は他の隊員から厚い信頼を得ていた。彼は小道具の配置と点検およびステージ上の演出補助とムードメイキングを担当していた。下手したらコーベル自身もありえなくはないんだよな。ただその場合は、まずは本当に結論つけるのはまだ早すぎる段階ではあるけど、明らかに。どこで見られるんだ出た。担当しててくさ。なんだ、さっきの。まだ歌劇場の中で調べられそうなものがありそうだね。草。とりあえず、歌劇場の範囲で調査できることはありそうだな。まずはこっからだね。箱の中の人が倒れた位置。もし箱の中にいなかったらまだ避けるチャンスがあったかもしれない。うん。
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
なんで右上が出てんだ。待ってた。まあいいよ、一回。先端の材質だけ変わってんのか。
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
頼む。水槽を吊るすためのロープ、舞台の花火が上がった時に切れた。切れたところは燃えやすい素材を使っていたことが調査で分かった。ちなみにこれってさ、クイックの位置変えらんないの？さすがにか。
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with.
まだまだ他に調べられるものはありそうだけどね。破損したマジックボックス。壊れたマジックボックスは警察隊の調査が終わった後、現場に残された。こうしてみると水槽の衝撃は本当に強かったようだ。水って重たいしな。ひとまずはこれで以上なのかな。とにかく人に話しかけるか、あとは。
This location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the gift. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
確かに画家さんフォンテーヌにいるもんね、結構。
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
常連だったら普通にみんな顔なじみだろうしね。
Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance.
行方不明者の名前はホールジー。少しばかり名が売れているが、捜索のプレッシャーを和らげるためにマジックショーに来ていた。彼女はリネの魔術団の誰かの恨みを買ったり、理解のトラブルを起こしたりしたことはない。ちなみにパイモンはどういうコメント残してんだろう。あんまり関係ありそうなこと言ってないな。あの辺からも聞き取れそうだぞ。
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
抽選機に
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
まあただそれはリネが仮に本当に犯人だとしたらって話だろう。リネは確かに意図的にそれが選ばれるように設定してたかもしれないけど、あんま関係ないような人が来たんだったらそれはどうなんだろうな。まあただこっちの場合はね、何とも言えないっていう体で言ってるからな。
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
ああ、そうなんだ。じゃああれか。事前登録した人が誰なのかっていうのはある程度把握はしてるはずなのか。まあ少なくともその辺管理してる側は。
In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
ただそれがリネが管理してるのか、それとも管理してる人が、観客席の管理してる人がまた別にいる可能性もあるから、そこは何とも言えないな。
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
手配はしてくれたけど、でもそれはリネがどんぐらい把握して、まあつかそもそもの話、あの時ってまだこっちだいぶ早いタイミングで手配してもらったからな。そもそもどこでもよかったっちゃよかったじゃん。
That you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny. Linny's magic tricks were the stuff of legends, but the way he did this.
Look, doing magic tricks is one thing.
まあちょっとパイモンコメントあれか、この会話が終わんないとダメか。
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to...
リネのマジックショーで幸運な観客を抽選する機会。しかし警察隊の調査によると何回試しても同じ番号が出てくることが分かった。明らかに細工されている。
Needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. Why would it be him? Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never...
他にはこの範囲だとないのかな。パッと見だけど全部チェックついてそうだし。
Linny
あ、そうだ、観客側はそれこそ目撃者いるんじゃないの？この人に話しかけらんないか。あ、なんかいろいろある。ちなみにこっち側は？ここまで来てないんだったら観客側は大丈夫なのかな。まあ一番明らかに調べるべきなのはこれだね。それについては本当にリネに聞かないとなんともなんだよな。でもこの場合リネには洗いざらい喋ってもらうしかないと思うんだけど。ちなみにさっきの箱については何て言ってたっけ？ああ、まあそうか、このことしか言われてないのか。オッケー。この人は警察隊の格好には見えないけど。
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads,
We don't have too many thoughts.
then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
確かに聞こえたね。
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
まあでも鈍い音はなんか関係ありそうだな。
Wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right. Oh, that's true.
That does remind...
あとはこの辺も調べたしな。あ、この人知ってそうかな。あ、そうだ、パイモンコメント一応見とこう。
Why would it be him? Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned. Lenny's still talking to... I think so... Lenny's still talking to the... I think someone will be assigned.
こいつと話してんだよ。くそ。この人たちも何も知らなさそうか。
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for
ちょ
a
っと
while
待ってよ、
now.
まだ調査中なんだけど。ちょっと待ってくれ。
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken,
Well, you're right on the mark about that one, but who are you?
ちょっと待って、大丈夫これ出てたまずかった。
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
なんかカンルイヤの瞳が左上にずれたような顔しやがって。
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
で、あなたは何なんですか？
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
こんなタイミングできたらこのメンツのうちの誰かが犯人ありえそうなんだけど。三条陸さんの脚本で考えるんだったら。
Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs.
Huh? Well, I am...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer...
No need.
Okay, if you say...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at
調査で
hand.
忙しいんだけど。
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely master.
Really? We think so, but...
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without... But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And...
Sounds more like you just...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting. All right.
Wait a minute.
Well, I say it does. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like...
Well?
And why would that be?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the art, then if that...
All right, that's... Now, I need to make some preparations. Following with...
Wait! That's what...
Hmm? Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really...
That's more like it.
どういった見てよろしいですね。
Far be it from me to brag, but you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
全く。まあいいや。
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in
I could see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I...
You need not worry about...
Oh.
あんま関係なさそうだな。
Speaking of that...
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic.
You need not worry about...
Oh.
ちなみに日本語だと、この会話でも右上にそれが出るのちょっとだけ気になるな。なんでだろう。
ポワ村長にもこのようなマジックショーがあればさぞかし歓迎されることでしょう。
確かにね。そうだ。私が学んでみるのはどう？物を消すことができれば部屋の掃除にも苦労しなくて済むし。
お嬢様はそのようなことを気にかける必要はありません。すべて私の役目ですから。
それもそっか。
なんか全員意外と違う喋り方しててくさ。なんとか上の階行けないかな。この辺には何もないの？本当に？出た。出てないか。じゃあ反対側見てみよう。とりあえず。座れるんだ。 ただしそれに過ぎないようだ。足せんの？一応ちゃんとエラー文句は出んだな。情けか。あっちにも入り口があるのか。あ、でもそっちは行けなさそうな場所か。よじ登ったりもできないしね。じゃあここは本当に関係ないって見て大丈夫なのかな。あ、
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt that.
How can you be so
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
まあでも入り口から出てたらわかるはずだよってことね。
I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, but still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
だからこういうところで利用されてんだね。
So, it's safe to say the girl. All right, thank you for your help.
マジックショーの間ここを出入りした人はいなかった。事件の後も警察隊員によって身元を確認された人のみ会議場から出られた。
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obvious. People needed to register and reserve. People needed to register and reserve a seat. Why would it be him? Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise. The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how mad...
Understood. Then I will be going with you.
Just very good. Thanks.
You may spare the pleasantry.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian. Sorry, I got a little carried away. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick.
カンマジックについては、まあ、とりあえず鈍い音が何なのかが一番気になるね、今は。
But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
箱の下に種があるって言ってたっけ？
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
箱の中にもう一つの柄付きの箱があった。
Exactly.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
トロッコごと下に降りたの？
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
内側の箱は観客が入ってから下に降り、トロッコに乗せて移動する。外側の箱は舞台の上に残っていて何の変わりもない。
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps.
ああ、進行新エネルギーか。トロッコはここの装置からエネルギーを補給する。残りのステップを完成させるために。
The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
箱ごとトロッコに乗せて移動してたってことか。
Right. You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
ああ、中で喋ってるっていう程度。出てきたこと
My
については
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
箱の後ろの仕切り。
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
あ、双子だからってこと？
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
ちょっと配信だからできるズルちょっとあるけどさ、さっき箱から出てきた時ってどうなってたっけ？ のボイスが全部蓄音機だったってことだよね。あ、なるほどね。化粧込みで変えてんだ。オッケー、わかった。
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
でもコーウェルずっと隣にいたよね。
We really don't know how that happened.
水槽落ちてくる前に暗転したりしたっけ？でももっとあり得るとしたらあれか。その水槽落ちてくる直前まで隣にいたコーウェルがコーウェルとも限らないのか。会話を先に打ち合わせしてたってことは、その会話を覚えてるやつがいたり、覚えられたりとかしてたら。
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
ただもしそういうことができるとしたら、それこそそのトリックについてまず最初に知ってる相手じゃないと無理だよね。
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
トロッコのそのトリックを知ってる人じゃないとトロッコ箱の中にコーエル入れられないし、仮にもし地下道で入れ替わったとしたら、少なくともリネットが上にいる段階のうちとかにやんないとだしね。だからコーエルがどのあたりで変わったのかっつうのがマジでミソになりそうだな。少なくともそのトロッコ箱の中にはコーエルがいた状態だったんだろうし、本物の。
This is the scene of the crime. So Lenny and Lynette are not permitted to stay.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
リネはマジックのトリックを詳しく教えてくれた。利用するのは二重に設計された箱。観客の入った箱を地下道で反対側に送り、彼自身も同じ地下道を通って反対側に移動する。一方、舞台上における観客とのやり取りは、服装を着替えたリネットがアシスタントと一緒に引き継ぐ。舞台にあるマジックボックスの後ろには仕切りがある。ショーの最後で姿を現し、リネが反対側の箱に瞬間移動したと思わせるために、リネの服を着たリネットがずっと仕切りに隠れていた。観客席にあるマジックボックスは二重構造になっていて、下には地下道へ通じる入り口がある。これで観客に気づかれずに、幸運な観客を入れた箱を運び出せる。操作部、まずはあれか、パイモンコメント見ろか。あんまり当てにならなさそうだけど、パイモンコメント念のためな。
Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
確かにそうだけど、若干そうじゃねえよ、パイモン。とにかくもっと調査するか。制御装置が自動で動くの？上昇するっつってたしな。
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left?
Whatever.
Paimon コメントは
Whoever the murderer, this is probably a prop too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things.
あ、そっか、こっち側じゃねえ。あれなんだこれ。
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
あれ
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of the... And here's a broken vase. Huh.
トルコ
Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be.
地下道に散らばった花瓶のかけら。中の水は全部こぼれている。距離的に考えるとマジックボックスを運ぶトロッコがぶつかった可能性は低い。フックがどの辺にあるっつってたっけ？フックこれか。フックの根元は？リーチがくっそ短いな。糸はどこにもないの？ロープならあるけど。その花瓶の近くは？でも地下道だしね。この辺はそりゃ締め切ってるはずか。服。
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the... Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that? Ugh. This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a...
そう考えるとアシスタントあたり、アシスタントと、あ、なんつってたっけ名前。コーウェルか。コーウェルとホールジーが入れ替わってる可能性普通にありそうだけどな。凶器、凶器
Probably a prop too. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think...
ホールジーってそんな紫っぽいの着てたっけ？あとはあっちにありそうだな。レールか。このマジックは精度が必要になる。レールがあればトロッコを決められたルートで走らせることができる。ちなみにそれについては言及はされてないの？あと2つ気になるな。どこにあるんだろう。あそこトロッコ観察しよう。犯人はこれを借りて自分の計画を実行した。お、なにこれ？ダクト。
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape?
Alone, perhaps. But if...
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
あとはマジックボックスを通るしかないけど、ティーネトリネット。地下道の通気口。空間的にはギリギリ一人が通れるが、広さ、失踪したし、 あ、ギリギリ一人が通れる広さ。あ、ホークさ、まだあるだろう。中にはいろんなマジック道具と公演用の服が雑然としている。どうやら適当に詰め込まれてる適当なやつやな。
Yes. Let's head back up.
地上行くしかないのかな。なんかまだいろいろありそうだけどな。
Well, we've asked her. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me
マルシュラッ
that
カ
there are
が
several things that
2人
don't
のう
add
ちの
up
1人
here.
かな。
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape
通
from the
気
vent?
口から先は何だったの？
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind...
Plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable...
Charges and then trial.
So if that's right, this is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same... yes, the guards also...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
暴論で草。
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options, I'm afraid.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I mean, what better way to properly think through...
Huh. Breaking out. Just kidding. Just kidding.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come.
マドモアゼールなんだ。
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
2人にたくさん荷物持たせたみたいにお菓子を焼くときもこいつらこいつ
You ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging...
Paimon was just thinking.
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need
これ
to
さ、
beat
下手
them
した
to
らこい
just the right consistency.
こいつも1枚
or
感じたら面
macarons
白い
will
けど、
crack.
どう
Anyway,
だろうな。
give these only 3? Well, eating too many sweet treats might.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is the one. No need for.
All right then. However, we
地
can
下室は
assume
密
that
室のよう
Lenny
な
and
ことだっ
Lynette
た。
were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the but
どれもだって
the only
推測
people
に
left to consider are both
推測
technically
性の意見
victims,
出しない。
whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off.
そうなんだよね。
Nor does she have any motive.
From the sound of things, your macarons are amazing, though.
They are my specialty, after all.
What? 5?
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few.
No. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her
All right, we get it. Well, Maloose, set up the stove again.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly.
As you wish.
And I have the egg
What?
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. It would be awkward if you got all...
Alright, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go.
ああ、なるほどね。なんか喋ってる最中のには
I'll
出
be
せないん
back
だ。
if I find...
第三者の可能性。コーエルもホールジーも十分な犯罪動機があるとは言えない。しかしナビアと話し合っていた結果、第三者が巻き込まれている可能性も極めて低い。なんかな、手品知ってる人が怪しいとは思うんだけど。
Why would it be digging that size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen the... There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3
マジ?
macarons either. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. We all heard that noise, didn't we? Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
If you do encounter Miss Halsey,
ちなみに地下室にはどうやって行くの？ちなみに今何時だ？
Lenny's magic tricks were the stuff of legends. Look.
ここから地下道に入れるんだね。 この人たちにも話しかけらんないのか。あの推理モードがもうちょい欲しい。とにかく2階は何もなさそうだったしな。審判まで待つしかないのか。この道中について見せられてないってことを、とりあえずこれは関係ないんだ。とりあえずコーウェルがここで箱の中に入ってないとおかしいからな。どうにも乗れないのか。じゃあ最後にもう一回まとめてみるか。まとめるやつがノート見てみるか。
Disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no 3rd person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work. That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. Whoever the murderer was, they might.
確かに花火は上がってたんだよね、ムービーで。で、その時のロープは明らかに燃えやすくなってたんだよね。
This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. Paimon doesn't get this at all.
とりあえず待つしかないのかな。何時っつったっけ。8時ぐらいからだったような気がするけど、ちょっと覚えてないや。まあ仮に時間残ってたらね、調べればいいけど。雑貨も関係ないしな。スポットライトの下影はそう。 ナス。ってことはスポットライト以外のところが結構死角になってるって話になりそうなんだけどな。とりあえず行くしかないな。とりあえず調味料は持ち込んでいいはずだから。
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
緊張はするな。
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest?
No.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
逆を言うとあれだよね。確実に誰が犯人なのかっていうのを一緒に相談する場ってことにしようよ。
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
そういう意味ではフリーダが逆にヒント言ってくれるかもしれないしね。
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is... Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
なんか公開処刑で草。
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's...
In that case, I call upon...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
リネ本人が言ったら不利になるぞ。まず第三者の可能性が低い。地下道は狭い。
That so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation.
And you didn't hear
こんばんは。
anything else at all?
こんばんは。
Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
もう44分なのか。牧場さんこんばんはです。まあ、原神のメインストーリーやってます。
No, nothing.
牧場さん前ほどごめんなさい。APEX の配信してた時コメントしてくれてましたよね。あの時ちょうどコメント見てなかったから挨拶しかできなかった。牧場さんってその時すぐに気づけなかったのがちょっと申し訳なかったです。こんばんはです。
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
鈍い音は確かこれか。 入れ替えのマジックの最中に響き渡った鈍い音、多くの観客が聞いている。
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
そうなんだよね。リネがその物音知らないっつうのがね。でもどうなんだろう。リネが頭殴られた可能性を一生考えたけど、なんとも言えないな。
大丈夫ですよ。エペだと集中すると特に。
まあそう言っていただけるとありがたいです。エーペックスね、ほんとなんか周りの音とかよく聞かないとだからね。
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
パイモンが言ってた地下室で割れてた花瓶が凶器に使えたかもって発言、意外と間違えてなかったんじゃないの？まあ仮にそれでリネが少なくとも記憶にないってことはその時に意識がない可能性考えるとしたらだけど、まあそれも想像だけどな。
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
はいよ言え。
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
なにそれ。
The House of the Hearth?
ああ、そういうこと。は、なんかそんな用語だったっけね。
No wonder they did something like this.
マジかよ、ファディ最低だな。
The serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
イベントストーリーとかでも大体の良くない出来事って犯人ファディか宝刀団だしな。たまにアビス兄弟もいるか。
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
あんまり被告人本人が反論すると不利になりそうだけどな。つかこれ絶対13分以内に終わるような裁判じゃねえだろ。まあでもいいや。
Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
さっきリネ本人が言ってたように身分と事件は関係ないからじゃないの。オーダー積んだ静粛にって。
Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the opera house, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth.
いなかったことはないんじゃないの？
Are these claims true?
マジシャンの人を騙す能力は疑う余地もない。リネは身分を隠しここに至るまでの全てを仕込んだ可能性が高い。それから講師やなんだっけこれヘキロの家だっけの他のメンバーもフォンテーヌで動いている。きっと何か企んでるはず。ヘキロの家をな、私がちょっと把握できてなかったのが弱いな。前にもファデュには煮え湯を飲まされた。そして今。
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
いなかった込みでそうなの？
I knew it.
Well, that's it.
I knew it は
sentencing already.
I knew it. ちょっといい？
Granted.
30分ぐらい時間欲しい。つか、あと5分ぐらいで終わらせてほしい。俺の依頼には重要な情報が。弁護を続けられないというとはっきりしすぎだな。
In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're
イライ
already
ラ
as
してい
good
る
as
観客。
guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say!
この辺込みでなんか程よく物語を見ている他人事の傍観者み
Your
たいだな。
request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in
1時間
1
か。
hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory.
勝つこと前提で草。まあでもこれ多分日またいだらマジで記憶なくしそうだから。
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
日またいだらなんかどんな感じだったか忘れちゃいそうなんで、このうちに裁判終わらせたいけどな。
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know where to. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you want not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Vatuis several times before, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
執行官の方々は個性豊かで成し遂げたいこともそれぞれ全く違う。
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
まあ感情だけで言うんだったらな。
I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
まあ逆に立ち位置のせいでそういう色眼鏡持たれるの逆にかわいそうだとは思うかな。
Sorry. Well, you both say that, but
そうなんです。気絶とかじゃなくてどっか行ってたんだったら本当にわかんないんだよな。
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
まあ本当に犯人じゃないんだったらより具体的な証言にはなるか。
is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
その通気口はこのために地下室をそのコアについて調査するために地下室を作るときに掘られたもの。
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, which should have been impossible, of course, I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought.
逆を言うとあれか、被害者と失踪者のあたりの間で、死亡者と失踪した人の間でその時に何かあった可能性があるのか、花瓶込みで。じゃあそれはその花瓶関連の音ではありそうだな。知らない鈍い音ってことはトロッコ関連の音じゃなさそうだし。
After that,
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to
大
deal
目標
with
はそ
that
れだったわけ
prophecy.
ね。
The only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
まあちょっと両親が痛むからこっちですとか。
Thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need... Huh?
リネの供述、これどこに入るんだ？リネは地下道に入ってすぐ通気口を通って4次元のコアがある部屋へ行った。だから地下道で起きた事件を目撃してないし、物音も聞いていない。歌劇場の地下1機のコアがある部屋でリネは謎の声を聞いたと供述した。さすがに2人はいないか。に地高機があるんだね。部屋は何もなさそうかな。あ、なんかあるぞ。あ、座るだけか。なんだよ。まあ戻るしかないか。あ、の前にだ。長年はどういう感じになってんの？
Why would it be him? That doesn't seem likely that anyone could have been there. That size wouldn't...
まだなんかちょいちょいあるけどな。また宮廷入りそうでやだなこれ。
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
はい。
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the event.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention.
こっちにとって妥当な見方はあれだろうね。向こうだって向こうなりに事件を調査してそれを提出してくれてんだから、共闘者として見るべきだ。
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
それはなんかフリーなの主観入ってそうだけどな。相手が述べた事件の経緯からその中に存在する矛盾を見つけましょう。事件調査から獲得した物的証拠及び手がかりを利用し、矛盾に対して反論すると、それは新しい推論に置き換えられます。反論により観客を納得させると、こちら側の主張がより多く支持されるようになります。有識はこのような変化を明確に示してくれます。矛盾箇所をすべて見つけて反論できると、円環反論をクリアでき、真相を解明できます。とりあえずこれでやるしかないな。
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
観客のカウントダウンが始まったとき、リネ君はすでに地下道にいた。まあ、ここは合ってんじゃない？
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
これはちょっと矛盾だけどね。
He did not realize
矛盾つうか、
that the
ま
sound
あ
could be
矛盾でいいの
heard
か。
by
リネの言ってる
everyone
こととは
in the
そういうある。
house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her
とりあえ
out
ず最後まで聞
before
くか。
making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
なんだっけ。コナンとかを殺して、ホールジーを気絶つったっけ？
At this time,
あ、これ、
Cowell
あ、違う。
arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
コーウェルか。ごめんな。名前普通に忘れて。
That too before stuffing him into that box.
そうだね。少なくとも箱を入れ替えるやつがいないってたからね。
Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
まあこれが叩き台ってわけだ。
And there you have it. That's the truth. behind what happened.
Okay.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
反論の鍵は時系列中にリネが地下道で何を体験し何を目撃したか。まずこれは一回これ保留にしよっか。とりあえずこれは矛盾してる。
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
リネは花瓶を使ってホールジーを気絶させ、あ、こっちか。これは関係ないな。あ、ちょっと待って。これかな？ OK。
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
リネの話によると地下に入った後は通気口を通って地下道を離れたから少女とも見ようがなかった。リネは4次元のコアを保管する部屋にいた。それが真実のはずだ。犯行目撃されたリネは花瓶でコーウェルを気絶させ事件を起こした。今所持している物的証拠から見るとリネが地下道に戻った時、事件はすでに起こっていた。彼が見たのはつまりこれはとっくに使ったやつはもうないんだね。OK。あ、OK。
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
ただ戻った時に現場に残されてたものみたい。なんだよ、水差すな。
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
つまり油磁器のコアが保管。
Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the act...
あ、これで全部でいいのか。なるほどね。ごめんね、パイモン。反論成功。やったぜ。途中まではフリーナの言ってること正しかったからね。叩き台を訂正させるんだったらそんな感じだ。
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill?
もしコーウェルが地下道に入らなかったら、そうだよね、コーウェルずっと上にいたんだもんね。まあ観客側の反応かでもする。ああ、まあ仮定すんならそうだわ。私はお前を相棒と認めてないぞ。
Well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? You're saying that he wasn't?
「事件が起こった時、リネが地下道にいなかったこと。あ、ここから選ぶの。リネの供述は関連性がないのか。 え、待って待って。選択し、そのつもりじゃなかったのに。大丈夫かな。リネはマジックボックスにはいなかった。ああ、そっか。いいのか。あ、びっくりした。
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who wasn't?
犯人はちょっとさすがに考えないと難しいな。画面にある歯車を押すと該当箇所に対する事件の疑問を確認できます。答えを選んで空いている歯車をすべて埋めると推理の正しさを検証できます。誤ったものが存在すれば残りの選択肢から再度選択する必要があります。最初からやる必要はないってことかな、少なくとも。警察隊の調査によると、マジックショーの終わり間際に放たれた花火によって水槽を吊るしていたロープが焼け、水素が落ちてしまい、箱の中にいたコーベルが死亡したとみられる。リネを容疑者から除外した今、マジックの小道具に細工を施すことができるのは魔術師団の他のメンバーしかいない。だって知ってる人だもんね。リネはマジックのトリックを詳しく教えてくれた。両数内二重に設計された箱、観客の入った箱を地下道で反対側に送り、彼自身も同じ地下道を通って反対側に移動する。舞台上に行ける観客とのやり取りは、服装と着替えたリネットがアシスタントと一緒に引き継ぐ。蓄音機の音が声だったからね。リネはマジックのトリック、これどれ選んでるの？リネはマジックのトリックを詳しく教えてくれた。利用するのは二重に設計された箱。
Involved? Is that really a...
ああ、なるほどね。ここから提出するのか。
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been... The deceased's name is Cowell.
あ、仮説成立したか。OK。
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
リネが犯行計画を邪魔できないことをどう予測する？まずは、
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
一回選んでみるか、じゃあ。
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
いさかいがあったことの
The
証明
sound
だ
we
からな。
heard may have come from a
解決するかじゃあ。
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
ホールジーが違うのか。OK。
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. It would have been tough for both. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or...
あ、やべ。
It would have been tough for both people to fit into...
ん？ってことは、ん？ と待って、この事件の犯人はさっきトリーヌのマジックのすべての
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see?
ティノットのあの手品はどうやったんだ？
We will move on to the next stage of the trial.
またんか貸す。またんかこら。
Not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
あ、よかった。
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's
そういえば水の近くに服あったな。
Just a moment, please. I do. How could a person ever be transformed into water? Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it would...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, you're...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney.
足組むな、おい。ちゃんと膝と膝ついて座る。
Guards, please step into the lounge and...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's back. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had access. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
でもリネットは戻ってこれたよね。
Something so ridiculous
何かあるはずだけど。
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go.
Order! Order!
出たかリスかみたいなことやっててくさ。
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that guards, Mr. Linney, it appears your
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues.
Right! Like the metal hook! That would... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water
ヤ
from
ホ
the primordial
ー。コメントをスキップします。そうか、ネタを喋ると手品師としての食い口がなくなるのか。結構目玉のネタやったみたいやし。あの燃焼時間でロープ切れるか？離席。ウッドラック。こんばんは。大丈夫ですよ。エペだと集中すると特に。
Now it seems like the hook rope was not the water from the primordial sea. Now it seems like the hook rope. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. I remember there was some... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the water from the primordial...
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target.
When
the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
地下道の話だよね、これは。このじゃあフックがどこ
When
に
the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial sea inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to...
Huh. That actually links together a...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water from...
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not clear? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a...
お、出たのまた。うわ、
Linny
出た。
did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion... Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can't... seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we...
excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny. What in the world is she...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
And
wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
どうやって外出たんだそういえばさすがに建物の外には出てないのか
I
な
was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on
でも
trial.
外じゃねえか
I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit...
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I
やっ
stole
ぱ
one.
お前スリだったのかあの時の
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one...
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked... So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
水あでも
There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costume. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
まあだから外の出入りの景色なかった。
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no—
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily Ann's perspective. See?
え、マジ？あ、こっちか、ごめん。
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily Ann and Cowell.
The
strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened. Lily Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding.
And it's it! Having been selected out of the blue, Lily Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover he did not know that Lily Ann was not from Fontaine. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, the two broke the flower vase during the struggle. But Lily Ann came with no way of escaping. She changed her clothes and she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons.
At this point, all the events—
Ah, so that's
the whole story.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop, and he poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately...
まあ確かにリリアはスリとか、まあ間接的なまあ一番はスリが悪いな。リネはリネでこっちのコアに勝手に踏み入ろうとしたしな。
This case at least can be handed over to the oratrice to make the final decision.
まあね。それは何入れたの？なんか印刷してもらうような感じかな。
Are officially declared not guilty.
Not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
確かに。
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must do to let.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
どういうこと？
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and...
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
顔。
And now he can no longer talk.
まあせやろな。
Such ruthlessness.
An outrage. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
まあ改めるしかねえな。液体からなんかこう鑑定できるもんないの？
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
なんだよ。
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now, but still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
She is your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and
So you went from orphans to
That was how we felt at first too. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to
That doesn't seem too bad either.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but the answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. But what if
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
これはシーンの話か。
So, she believes in...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that...
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny!
なんとも言えんな。
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navi?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the one? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
とどまる気ないからね。
It was like
こっち
having
は
new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection. Sorry, wait. Huh?
そうですかい？
Do we really
何
need
言っ
to
てん
get
の？
that formal?
Well, I just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later.
これはピリオドじゃないよ。もしかしたらフォンテーヌに残ってる以上、また何かしらの出来事にもあると思うから、その事件と関連するようなことには。その時には再会しようじゃん。
Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it should.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if I.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine?
Alright then.
まあいいや。これで次は第2幕からか。まあ、第2幕はまた配信します。とりあえず赤玉だけでも回収しとくか。よし。ってなわけで次は2幕からですね。その時にはまた配信します。では。